Okay, good morning. Welcome to the November 25th regular council meeting. I will call it to order at 9 o'clock a.m. We will start with open microphone. I see there's nobody registered to speak. I'm going to call to see if anybody in the room wants to speak, but since we all work for or are elected members of the City of Wetaskiwin, I will assume there is no open mic. So we'll move right on to item number 3, approval of the agenda. Go ahead.
I move the council approve the regular council meeting agenda as presented.
Thank you. Sue?
Thank you through the chair. Could administration is requesting that closed session be moved to before committee of the whole, as we have legal counsel in-house today to advise.
Okay, so anything else? Just looking for a motion to approve the regular council meeting with that one change.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Those in favor? Carried. We will move on to adoption of the minutes, please. Go ahead.
I move the
Councillor
council adopt the regular council meeting minutes for November 12th, 2024 as presented.
Any omissions, errors, corrections? Seeing none, I will call for a motion to move those minutes. Those in favor? Carried. Item 5, the council action tasks summary. Go ahead, Councillor Platts.
I move that council accept the council action task summary dated November 12, 2024 as information.
Any comments, questions? I actually have a question then through to administration, and it was only to satisfy my mind. Under status, everything is active, so
Through
I
the
just
chair.
don't get.
Councillor Billingsley has some questions.
Sorry, Councillor Billingsley, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, actually, my question is going to be very similar to yours. Whose responsibility is to change the status updates? Because I don't see any notification whether they've started, not started, or for that matter, completed. And I just want clarification on this document of how that's being handled.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, this particular one, we ended up going through the entire CATS catalog and ensuring, because we could not remember which ones you had seen before, and the rule is we can't close it until council's seen it at least once as completed. And so they've left everything as active or pending closure if it's completed, and then once you see it today, then you're going to see a drastic amount of those ones fall off on the next update. And the administration, whoever's assigned to the task, puts the comments in, but Ledge Services is the one that actually closes it once they're certain that council has seen it at least once. So this one is a little bit different than normal, just because we opened everything up. So there are things in there that have been completed, but we weren't certain that you had seen it. So we put it back in.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Just a follow-up then. Am I correct that we would never see status then as not active because once it's closed, it won't be on here?
Correct. Yep.
Thank you very much. Anything else? Motion to accept the council action task summary. Those in favor? Opposed? Nobody? Good. Thank you very much. Then I'm looking for a motion to move into closed session, please. Councillor Platts? Those in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you. May I have a motion to come out of closed session, please? Councillor Blatt? Those in favor? Carried.
Aye.
So we will now go back to or into Section 9 Committee of the Whole, starting with 9.1, the landfill report. And I believe Sean is online.
Hi. Good morning, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The purpose of this report is to provide Council with a situational update of remaining airspace at the Wetaskiwin Sanitary Landfill, as well as provide information related to revenue collected at the landfill during extended summer hours, being open Sunday in 2024. Starting with the airspace analysis, Public Works acquired the services of a consultant in the spring of 2024 to conduct a landfill site survey and airspace analysis to determine the remaining life of the Wetaskiwin landfill. This information is based on historical averages for waste tonnage disposal. The report concluded that the remaining landfill life is estimated to be between 13.1 years and 17.5 years as of November 2023, with the landfill reaching capacity between February 2037 and July 2041. With further improvements in waste diversion to the landfill, such as the organics collection, it is expected that the remaining landfill life will exceed what is found in this report. The Curbside Organics program has currently diverted 595 tons of waste from the landfill since May of 2024. The introduction of the EPR program, the Extended Producer Responsibility, will also bring curbside recycling and help to aid in additional diversion of waste from the landfill. The table in the report is out of the Waste Management Master Plan from 2019. It summarizes potential opportunities to promote diversion of waste and the current status of each recommendation. I won't go through each one, but as you can see, each is either in progress or completed. Moving on to the landfill extended operating hours. At the May 27, 2024 regular council meeting, a report was presented with various options for extending the operating hours of the landfill to include opening on Sunday. Council approved extending the operating hours on Sunday for 4 hours during the 2024 summer season. And the table in the report shows the total revenue received on Sundays along with the total cost of labor and overhead to operate the scale house. As you can see, it's a bit of a net negative, but not extreme. And with that, I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Looking for a motion, Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you. I move that council accepts the landfill report as information, and I have some questions.
Go ahead.
Through the chair to Sean, I just want to be clear on something here. On your graph, talking about estimated cost to provide service, you've got residential curbside, $10 per household to collect cardboard, and that will be done through EPR. Are you saying that that will be a cost that will be borne by residents?
Through the chair to council, no, this table is out of the 2019 Waste Master Plan, so it was just left over from that. There will be no cost as part of the EPR program.
And the residential curbside at $6.15 to $7, that was borne by the city previously? It's the same thing. It's out of the master plan. We haven't finalized our financial review of the waste services. So yeah, again, it's out of the old report. Through the chair to Sue then. So that confirms that there's not a charge to the household for this. It's all part and parcel of the pickup fees?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the fees that are currently charged right now cover the costs of recycling.
Great, thank you. Just wanted to be clear. And my last question, Sean, given how this is, I guess, our first venture into Sunday part day openings, and I calculated $32.45 a day net loss, do you believe that more advertisement or more awareness in our community could make this net zero or actually make money?
Through the chair to council, perhaps, yes, education could improve that. Also, as you can see in the labor costs, we were rotating staff in and out of this Sunday hours situation. So if we had a part-time scale attendant, say, then those costs would go down and we'd probably be in the positive.
So are you aware, and this may not be a fair question, are you aware, did we have to put people on duty on the Sunday and pay overtime for any of our employees?
Through the chair to council, yes, I believe so, unless Bob Batunde can correct me.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you're correct.
That was Babatante.
Through the chair to the council, yeah, we paid the staff's overtime for the Sunday shift.
Through the chair to council, he is the supervisor of the waste management services.
Thank you. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sean, thank you for the report. It was really interesting when we got the report back about how much longer we have on the landfill. So it's good to know that we have quite a bit more time left on it. My question is about EPR. I know that with the province and all of that,
Just 1 second, Gabby, can you double check your mic?
It's on. Okay. With the EPR program, I know that it's going to take a while for it to be finalized. Do we have kind of a ballpark of when the province thinks that that's going to be finished and like ready to launch? Is it going to be in the spring or the summer of next year? Do we have any idea of when that will be?
Through the chair to council, so in April of 2025, Circular Materials is set to take over our recycling center. And they're on target to meet the dates, and then by November 2026, they will be implementing a curbside collection program.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Anything else? All right, seeing none, motion to accept as information. Those in favor? Carried.
Aye.
We will move on to 9.2, the Public Code of Conduct Policy. Welcome, Zinette.
Good morning, Council. I am here this morning to present the draft Public Code of Conduct in response to predominantly the number of issues that we have faced both here at City Hall and at other city facilities with citizens being less than kind and gracious. So we are committed and have a legal responsibility or a legislated responsibility to ensure that our staff are safe. And so this policy is been created to give some guidance and some consequence to the public should they become abusive or threatening to city staff and councillors. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, looking for a motion, please. Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council accept the Public Code of Conduct policy draft as information, and I also have a question. Please.
Perfect, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to Zinette, there was just an issue that I kind of had, which was, I noticed that under 3 for standards, there was the reasonable demands, and there was a portion that kind of touches on this. But in the past, I have been a part of organizations before that if the specific thing is not outlined appropriately, then it makes it hard to deal with. Should we have a specific portion that speaks to sexual harassment as opposed to just harassment as a blanket statement?
Through the chair to Councillor Blatz, we can definitely add the specificity around sexual harassment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Nielsen.
There we go. Through the chair to Zinette, I'm speaking to the 4 stages to manage members of the public, and I'm really, I guess, concerned that how, and I'm assuming it will be covered through procedures in some way, shape, or form, but I'm really concerned that we arm our staff appropriately to arm them, train them. Yeah, let's use the word train instead of arm. Train them appropriately. I just think we may have staff who feel they have been treated inappropriately, but now they have to give a warning to the person that's treating them inappropriately. And I don't believe that's an easy task to do. So I guess I want to voice a concern that there's certainly lots of training that goes with this so that staff can to deal with it in a way that doesn't escalate the situation. Because I know that's certainly not what's intended here at all. And then in terms of, as we go to stage 2 and go to stage 3 and eventually to the public ban, and again, recognizing that would probably come out in some kind of procedures, it becomes super important in my mind that as those decisions and stages occur, that all the appropriate persons clearly understand the situation and who the contacts are and why they've been single point contact or restricted contacts. And eventually to public ban, it really means any one of our staff working in any of our buildings need to be well aware of who's been identified. And I know I'm not expressing concerns that you folks haven't already thought about too, but I just think as we go down this road, the communication piece and the coaching piece becomes really critical for our staff so they don't end up in more difficulty. Because if we've got people who are behaving inappropriately, I suspect they may behave inappropriately in every one of these 4 stages. And I want to mitigate that as much as possible. So it's just me getting on a soapbox, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bronco.
Mike, please.
What happens when a clientele coming in and he's frustrated that he's been getting over and over wrong information or wrong advice and he loses his school? And I know we have a complaint. You look at the complaint. Does anybody bring in that person that we're going to ban to get his side of the story? Because there's always 3 sides of the stories. There's the staff, there's the customer, and there's the real one. How do we decide? Is there an investigation to decide who's right, who's wrong? Or every time we have a complaint from staff, is that the truth?
Zanette, I've got this. Through the chair to Councillor Bronco. Regardless of how frustrated someone is, they do not have the right to abuse staff. So we will attempt to de-escalate and get to the root of the problem. We do, as a matter of process, bring in other people to try and help, the right department, a manager, a general manager. But regardless of the situation, they do not have the right to continue to be disrespectful and abuse staff. So,
Yeah, I understand that, but what designate or distinguish what abuse is? Because you said, I'm sick and tired of this crap, does that become abusive? Like, what distinguish what is abusive? We don't have recordings, we don't have anything to film that this guy, how do we know that? How do we know what happened? It's his word, her word, she word, his word. I don't want anybody to be abused, but what language was said to that we, as a city staff, say that's abusive?
we typically do warn the person that the road that they're going down is not going to be acceptable. we give them an opportunity to change the tone or the volume or the type of language that they're using. And if they continue, then if they're on the phone, we warn them that we will hang up and that they can call back when they're calmer. And we would do the same thing in person. We're not looking to find fault in these situations. We're looking for respectful dialogue, and respect is defined within a number of policies and through OH&S.
Yes, of course.
I think for me, the situation is if I said something to a staff member and they said, I found you to be offensive, if I was never intending to be offensive, I'd probably correct it right there. If I choose to say, well, carry on, how dare you, whatever, then I've set the tone. But I think any reasonable person that's cautioned that you've been offensive or your joke is out of line would correct it immediately if it wasn't intended to be that way. So I think the warning piece, and that's why I mentioned it, is critical, that it doesn't escalate, that it de-escalates to address the very thing that Joe's talking about too. I think that is the first step, is that we need to alert the person that their behavior is unacceptable, and then how they behave from there on in will determine how the rest of the course of action goes.
I agree with you, but if we have clientele that comes into City Hall to do something and they've been in here 3 times to correct the issues and get no answers, don't you think that person coming in is frustrated, is already angered? He's going to have a higher tone of voice, and some people have a higher tone of voice, and some people talk with their hands, some people body language, and he keeps getting the same answer. We need to have, I don't know how to say it,
But we have a hierarchy in our organization. If I keep coming into a certain department and I'm unhappy with that department's response, then rather than continuing to come into that same department to express frustration or be frustrated, I have the opportunity to go up the chain of command to somebody else. And I don't think, to Sue's comment, I don't think that if they come in here and they feel that they have not been treated properly, they need to go somewhere else in terms of up the chain of command to say, I'm really frustrated, I've been here, I'm not getting the responses I'm getting, or I'm not getting a response, I need help with this. And I think that's the de-escalation, not going back to the same source over and over and over again. That's just me, Joe.
I have just a question on page 7 under stage 4 public ban, and just when I was reading it, it looked to me like there was something missing, just so I understand. So, Zanette, I'm just gonna read out, it's the second sentence. A public ban, are you with me? Yeah. A public ban will also be implemented for those behaviors that, and then it talks about restricting these. So I think that something was missing there, am I correct? Okay, thank you. Anything else? Seeing none, on the motion to accept his information, those in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Thank you.
Thanks, Annette. So we'll now move on to 9.3, the Code of Conduct for Council Members Bylaw.
Thank you, Council. We've got in front of you today for Committee of the Whole 3 of Council's bylaws that are in draft form and with recommendations to consider changes after a legal review. Most of the changes that have been done in all of the bylaws reference legislation generally, so they've taken out repeats and changed certain sections to match the new legislation that may have been that is in place now. Some grammar and readability issues, and then specific to the council code of conduct. There was the removal of definition of bullying, city staff and members as they are defined elsewhere. We've removed items E to N in the statement of values and principles as they are defined elsewhere. We've removed everything after designated officer in section 8. In 9.3, in attendance, 9.3 was removed as it was related to orientation, which is governed by the Municipal Government Act. In the gifts, section 17.3, the discussion was, the item for gifts and the amount was up for debate. And there was discussion around considering gifts around protocol that may be of higher value because the existing bylaw states $100. So I think that's an area that council needs to consider. And then removal of the whistleblower reference, because that has been, we've tried to separate out a council code of complaint from whistleblower. And then the draft whistleblower has been brought to council already and will be brought in once this bylaw is changed. And then more rigor has been inserted around section 19 related to how investigations will happen. We believe that there's still more discussion that needs to happen around that, and part of that is a motion that was made by council on November 12th that we bring back information on what your options are with respect to code investigations and the whistleblower complaint process. So we did investigate several communities that have implemented more rigid complaint processes. Some have gone as far as putting in a council code of conduct bylaw where the investigator is a permanent part of that. The person is then able to, all code complaints go directly to them, and counselors are allowed to go to them to get advice. This was very rigid when we were talking to the lawyer. And the lawyer believes not necessary in every single complaint that comes in and could end up costing the municipality a lot of money. There's options if council wants to consider an external investigator, such as law firms being the most common. There's also firms like Expera, who we run our whistleblower program through. They do investigations as well. And we're suggesting that you consider, you still keep council as the investigator, but then add in some language around being able to direct it to an external investigator depending on the type of complaint that is there. And so I know we were looking for something that was going to be, I think, pretty rigid and give you the path forward on each type of complaint, but the lawyer suggests not going that detailed as to make sure that we're not spending too much money and everything is going to an external person, and then still giving council the ability to have that informal process where you approach each other and have that discussion. So I did make note through going through the bylaw. So investigator is one area that still needs to be the definition of investigator. We do need to as well look at, in the conflicts of interest, adding in the definition around private interests as updated in the MGA through Bill 20. There is still a council self-evaluation in your process. It's not, council should consider if you want to keep that in as a formal part of your code, because then it would be sanctionable. There was, like I said, the discussion around the gifts and adding in clarity, so, around protocols, or is it just disclosure to council? Do you set a set amount or not? There was the formal complaint process. Currently, it's any person or a member. Do you want to restrict this to just council, the public, and or both? We need to add in rules around how the complaint is received, because right now it says it goes to the investigator, but we don't have that defined. So should it be addressed to the mayor, the deputy mayor, in cases of the mayor, and copied to the city manager? do we put language in around what can be investigated and what cannot? We need to put some language in about confidentiality until the end of the process. Using words such as may, council could add in a provision to cover if a complaint is made and the council member is found not guilty. Does that go to council or not? You could put in provisions around whether or not to cover costs. If a councillor does hire their lawyer to defend them and they're found not to be in conflict with the bylaw, whether or not you would cover some or all of those costs. And then in the dispute resolution, putting in some language around this is councillors only, so we're not having public dispute resolution. And then adding in language in that one as well that it is confidential until finalized. And those were most of the notes that I had around this. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you. Looking for a motion? Councillor Blatz?
Sorry, my computer froze.
Just say to receive this report as
Okay. I move that council receives this report as information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue. So, Sue, you've identified a whole litany of potential changes. Are you wanting us to have that discussion now because you don't know how we feel on each of those individual elements, or like how do we proceed from here? Because the list was extensive, and I may have very different feelings about some of what I would like to see in it versus what some of my colleagues. So how do you proceed to move forward with this document at this point in time, I guess?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. So we anticipate this will stay in a committee of the whole discussion until such time as council has generally agreed on where they want this bylaw to land, and then we would bring it back for reading. It's been our practice to not bring a bylaw forward when there's still a ton of changes that council wants to see, because then you have amending motion after amending motion. So we'd like to continue the discussion, and it could be at a separate meeting, it could be in P&T, until we can get kind of that straw poll agreeance from council on what you want to see in this bylaw. Then we'll bring it back for approval.
Okay. So the intent is that every one of those elements you talked about would be debatable through council, P&T, or whatever.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And maybe I'm looking at definitions, and gotta find them now. There we go. So, and I understand. I'm looking at harassment, and its definition of what it is, and I have no idea how to correct it, and again, maybe this is something we have in future conversations, but harassment as it's listed here, includes but not limited to written or verbal comments, posts, actions, gestures, or other behaviors that are humiliating, offensive, hurtful, or belittling. And I guess I worry about how slippery a slope that can become, because to me it implies that any person who feels, and I'm going to use the word feels, that they have heard a hurtful or belittling comment can file a complaint. And then how is that dealt with in the end when somebody comes back and says you were too sensitive, or you weren't really humiliated, because now I'm passing judgment in that determination. See what I'm getting at, or no?
Are you going to talk or can I? Okay.
Go, Susie.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. So when we look at the definitions that are in here, we stuck as closely as possible to our own internal policies and directives, which are a direct link to OH&S. And so I've had this discussion with staff before too, where we all have different tolerances for this type of behavior. And unfortunately, we need to stick to the most strict interpretation, because it doesn't matter if I have a high tolerance for something. If someone else doesn't, then it is a complaint to OH&S, and we have to make sure that it's not our own personal feelings, but it's the generally accepted feelings of a workplace. Does that make sense?
Sure. And I tried wrestling with this from the perspective of I guess, me. So someone could be offended by my misuse of pronouns, for example, and file a complaint against me. And whether my misuse of pronouns was purposeful or whether it was based on my own naivety in the language could cause a code of conduct issue. So if it was determined that my misuse of pronouns, for example, was based on inadvertency or ignorance, how do you find in support of me, for example, versus the person who was offended by my remarks?
Mm-hmm. That could be a bad analogy, because protected grounds, there is no defendable excuse of ignorance. You have an obligation to make sure that you understand this. In situations like that, what we typically do is ask the person and get the person to apologize. So if someone is offended that you've used the wrong pronouns, they need to state that. And then the appropriate response is, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. I will try harder in the future. But it's not an excuse to say, I didn't know.
Can you just explain protected grounds?
Yeah, so anything that's protected in the Charter of Human Rights, there's a number of legislations that protect a lot of this stuff, but something like pronouns might be a bad analogy,
Yeah.
because you have an obligation to understand.
Let me try a different one then,
Okay.
because I hear what you're saying. Just the use of adjectives. We've had a conversation around here about, I'd like to thank you young ladies for your presentation, and we're not supposed to use the adjective, right? And again, they're offended that I called them young or an older woman or an older man.
Or ladies.
Well, whatever. But now maybe that's protected too, I don't know. But I'm concerned that someone's feelings, and I'm not talking about people being rude and blatantly offensive. I mean, I'm not trying to make excuses for that. But it goes a little bit back to what Joe said, I guess, in terms of interpretation. If I called a group of presenters young women or young men, and one of my colleagues took exception to that, is that then grounds for a formal complaint?
I would argue that that is an informal complaint process if it's one of your colleagues, and they have the discussion with you to say, that was offensive, I don't think you should be referring to whoever in this way. And then typically, you would come to an agreement to try harder. If it continued, it would probably move to a formal. And I think that's the same for the public. The public is more likely to do the formal complaint process than informal, unless you include them in that process.
Okay, thank you.
But I do think even in that situation, there is an obligation, once somebody identifies that the language is offensive, that we have to try better the next time.
Okay, thank you. I think that helps. 8.4, this is a deviation, I believe, from current practice. The number of persons that I can seek information from has been expanded. Would that be a fair statement?
It has been expanded to the city clerk. Everyone else was previously in the city manager's bylaw, which has been removed from there but put in here.
Was executive assistant
Correct.
always there?
Yeah, the executive assistant role is to assist council as well. The job is divided between CAO and council.
Okay. I'm good for now, thank you.
Anything else? Okay, seeing none, motion to accept the code of conduct as information. Those in favor? Carried. We'll move on to 9.4, council boards and committees bylaw.
Thank you, council. So same changes here with reference to legislation and grammar and readability. The changes specific to this bylaw, removal of voting members from the definitions, as this would be covered in each of the terms of reference. Removal of a committee shall be consulted with the business transaction. So there was a statement in there, we just removed that statement as well because it was unclear what business transactions meant. Member conduct heading has been added and will also allow us to repeal the other bylaw for boards and committees conduct, but that wouldn't happen until this one is approved. Removal of the wording around the mayor being ex officio because the MGA has changed, although I did note in the bylaw itself we did forget to remove the mayor as a non-voting member, so we have to remove that still. Removal of council not being voting members. So we did change the term of the appointment from January 1 to December 31st. However, in discussion with the lawyer, we did ask about a year in an election situation, so council may want to reconsider pushing that back to November 1st to October 31st. Removal of the ability to hold meetings outside of quorum for boards and committees. Schedule A, the list has been changed drastically from what was there before, and the criteria around it is it should only list boards and committees that council has complete control over and where there is not another bylaw that actually dictates what happens. The addition of Schedule B, which will have all the terms and references for any boards and committees that are on the list, and then addition of Schedule C, which will speak to the code of conduct for the members at large, which again, we will remove the other bylaw if and when this one is approved. Only made a few notes in this one. As previously 9.3, we would remove the last sentence about the mayor being non-voting. And then on Schedule A, we would reduce the list to only committees that council has complete control of. And then, yeah, we've added the code of conduct for members at large, and those were all of the changes. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Looking for a motion to accept as information. Councillor Platts.
I gotta find something here. Please bear with me for a minute.
I think she made the motion. Any questions?
Yeah. I gotta find them, sorry.
We're just trying to find them.
My apologies.
Did anybody want to talk about term appointment dates? other than me?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, I see nothing. I would like to see the term appointments based on the council's organizational meeting versus a calendar year. Thank you. Anything else? Seeing none, those in favor?
Did anybody make a motion yet?
Yeah.
Yep,
Okay,
Gabby
good.
did.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear.
Carried. We will move into 9.5, procedure for council and committee meetings bylaw review.
Thank you, Council. Same references to legislation were generally changed, grammar and readability. The items specific to this bylaw, there were several unnecessary and conflicting definitions removed. Removed administration from the ability to call a point of order. Instead of quoting each rule of application, to move the reference to Robert's Rules of Order. So it did take up a lot of room in there, and we just removed it to generally refer back to that process. Update language around the organizational meeting to comply with the MGA. Removal of the signing of council code of conduct bylaw. Regardless of whether a councillor accepts it or not, it's not required in legislation. Electronic means, if approved, would require several additions to this section and potentially another bylaw, but we would consult with the lawyer if council wants to ensure electronic meetings are part of this process. We moved committee of the whole to part 3. Legal suggests the removal of the open mic. It is still in your draft bylaw. If council is not in favor of removing it, one suggestion was to move it to the end of the council meeting, which is something that other municipalities do. Administrative inquiries have been a topic of discussion, and that was highlighted in your draft bylaw, and we think should have further discussion. And then recommend delegations to only 5 minutes to present as opposed to 10. And I believe we did actually change that. Your previous bylaw was 10. The lawyer had suggested 5. And we think that that should be open for debate. Some of the notes that were made around electronic council meetings. So we did not put in a requirement around how a councillor can attend an electronic meeting. So if you wanted to do that, you could add those comments in. We do not have anything in about live streaming. If you want it in, our suggestion is that it should say the municipality may live stream and not must, in case we have technical issues. We did not add in 7.2 councillors attending electronically. We did not put in anything around confidentiality and whether headphones were considered enough. In the order of business, section 11, we do have the agenda for all regular meetings of council shall contain the following items, and the suggestion was that that should be may, in case we do not have those items for every single meeting. In section 18, considerations of motion, it was suggested that maybe 18.4 and 18.5 be removed. This is related to positive and where negative motions are prohibited. The lawyer's saying that there's nothing in legislation, and sometimes you may need to have a negative motion. And then when required to do so by the Act, council will provide reasons. The lawyer had suggested that there is no reason to have that in there, because if it is required by the Act, you would follow that. And then the current bylaw that you have in 18.6 says a motion does not require a seconder. The lawyer is suggesting that you would want a seconder. So if you want to change that, we need to remove the word not. In section 27, notice of motion, think about the purpose and whether or not you want both, so can the councillor give notice 2 weeks ahead of time to the city manager, or is it more appropriate to have it just introduced in a council meeting so that all of council has the opportunity to speak to it? There was some discussion around adding in a definition around administrative inquiries and what would require 2/3 vote or a majority vote. Do all questions need to go through this process? Obviously, there is stuff in the MGA and in the city manager's bylaw that dictate that I have to give council operational updates, and so how do we define between the two? And then if there is a financial cost to the administrative request, what process you want. Currently, it still has to go through council and get 2/3 approval for that. In section 36, public presentation to council, 36.3 talks about the delegates, and that they cannot present if something has been held within 6 months. They shall not be allowed to appear before council unless, in the opinion of the city manager, or there's new compelling information. You could consider changing shall to may, so that you can allow the chair to have discretion over that. And then in 36.4 is where we talk about, we say 5 minutes in another section, but in this section we say 10 minutes for public presentations to council. So with open mic and delegations, do you want it 5 minutes or 10 minutes? For public hearings, item number 37, registration and attendance, will you allow virtual attendance? And if so, then we need to add some more language to this bylaw. And then 37.2, we currently have a process where if somebody wants to speak at a public hearing, they have to get us their information by noon on the Friday before the public hearing. Council could consider 7 days ahead of time or another date, because receiving it at noon doesn't give council the opportunity a lot of time to see whatever is being presented. So if you want that changed, that would need to happen. We also need to check the language around public hearings by electronic means and make sure that we've updated that to be in alignment with the regular meeting, or you could have them separated out where one you allow electronic means but the other one you do not. In the procedure here, sorry, this is where we speak about 38.1D where they have 5 minutes, but we reference 10 in the other one, so we need a decision on that. And then currently right now, how it's written is that any submissions that are received, administration reads them aloud. But if we change the process where you can get it earlier and read that yourself, then we would not read that publicly. And then again, we've got the time limits for 5 minutes. And then, or they could pick a spokesperson if it's for an organization, and then we've got a maximum of 10 minutes. So I don't know if council wants to have two separate for individuals versus organizations. And those were the entirety of the comments that we had. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Looking for a motion to accept his information. Councillor Blatt.
So moved.
Oh. Okay, go ahead, Mayor Gandam.
Thank you. I'll kind of go through the list here. I'm not sure if we want to do, if you want to address each item that I have, but the open mic, I am in favor of keeping, and I'm okay with leaving it at the beginning of the meeting. I recognize that it has been abused in the past, and I think that we just need to have a stronger process in what's allowed and what's not allowed, and the chair's opportunity to keep somebody going on the topic or to thank them for their time. The administration inquiries process, I thought we had a pretty good process before, where that if it was going to require any length of time for administration to come back with information, that it would need to be direction of council. If it was information that was readily available, administration could share with all of council, including obviously the one who had requested the information. I think we've fallen off that track a little bit in terms of the amount of work that administration is doing on behalf of a request of one member of council. And I think we need to firm up that process where if there is work required by administration, that it is a direction of council and not one member of council directing administration. I'm okay with delegations staying at 10 minutes. I'd like to talk about the number of electronic meetings that a member of council can attend. There are extenuating circumstances where somebody might need to attend more than 2 consecutive or 3 consecutive, but I think our role as a member of council here is to be in person when we can and not have moved to Mexico and decided you're going to continue on council and be able to attend meetings virtually for the remainder of the term. I do like the wording of the live streaming may and not must, just in case we do run into technical difficulties. I'm not in favor of adding a seconder. You'll find out pretty quickly whether or not a motion is supported or not, and we can go to the vote. I don't think we need somebody to second that motion. There are days sometimes now where we have a hard time just getting somebody to initiate that motion to begin with. And the public hearing in terms of virtual, I think that if we have that many people interested in attending the public hearing, I don't know that we need separate meetings, one for in-person and one for virtual. I think if you've registered to speak at a public hearing, it wouldn't matter whether or not you are virtual or in person. It just needs to be clear who you are when you're speaking. And the closed session virtual attendance, I heard from the lawyer saying that headphones isn't enough to maintain that confidentiality. So if you're going to be attending virtually, you need to be in a room by yourself, regardless of whether or not you have headphones on. And those were the points that I had from the bylaw.
Thank you. Anything else?
We do need a motion first.
Mayor Ganda moved it. He said so moved. Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments, because I know we'll be talking about it again in the future. I do think we need some clarity in terms of what's a general question and what's an administrative inquiry, so I think there's need for cleaning that up. I do not like a 2/3 vote. We don't have a 2/3 vote on anything other than what's being proposed here. I'd like to see that as a majority. I would concur with Mayor Gandam about retaining open mic, but I think we need a very clear statement of purpose, because I think, as Tyler said, people come in with a different intended purpose, and a lot of times it's just to be malicious, and I think we could clean that up a little bit. And I have lots of problems with item 35, public communication, where all mail goes, all mail to mayor and council goes to the CAO, who then passes it on to council if it's governance. I'd like to see that reversed. I'd like to see all mail that's addressed to mayor and council actually arrive at mayor and council, and then if it is not governance, we would then pass it to the city manager, as opposed to having the city manager vet our mail. Because I think there's a second part to that too, is while written communications coming in the mail might be easy, we don't, to my knowledge, we don't divert emails or communications to mayor and council to the city manager for vetting. And so I would like to see that item number 35 reversed in the order. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor. I do agree with Tyler on the 5-minute, but my suggestion is that we listen for 5 minutes. We shouldn't respond to it during that 5 minutes. We're here to listen to them, not to, because it takes longer, so.
May I, for my own sake, can I just clarify, are you recommending a 5-minute
No, I'm recommending a 5-minute.
or 10-minute?
5 minutes, and who's ever speaking, but we are here just to listen, not to answer every question, because we have, in some issues, talk to them or ask questions. That's not, we're here to listen to their complaints, bad, good, or not. We also have to take the heat.
Yeah. Is that, Councillor Bronco, just so I understand, is that only for open mic?
Only for open mic,
And then 10-minute for delegations?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
And also on the questions of information, the 2/3, I don't agree, but I think we need, as a council, if it goes beyond, or it should be a limit on expense to find out information. If we say we're gonna need so much information, do we spend a couple $1,000s on it? I think there has to be a limit on expense to find that information. And we would need council's 2/3 to pass that, but information that's available within our own system, operational system, I don't think we need 2/3 of the vote. And I am with Councilwoman Nielsen on the information on letters or anything. Letters that come to council are letters that are privacy. That's us. I don't think anybody should open my letters. If it's sent on an email, everybody gets it. That's a different situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Sue.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Bronco. Just for information, we open all letters that come, so it's not, there is no expectation of privacy when something comes to the city. However, I get what you're saying about we open it, we stamp it with the date received, and then it goes into council's box for consideration instead of coming through the CAO. Totally get that. I just wanted to make sure that you understood there was no expectation of privacy when something comes to the city.
Okay, see no more hands. I'm going to give my 2 bits. I also believe in keeping open mic with a 5-minute thing. I loved the discussion around removing the no negative motions, because I think that helped clarify things to me, as long as a action was happening. So I thought that was really great. I agree with not requiring a seconder for a motion, because I can't even get firsters today. I've always been concerned about notification of motions, so I would like to see that maybe just explained a wee bit more as we discuss going forward. What is this 2/3, and if we're going to discuss about it, and I very firmly believe that delegations should have 10 minutes. And saying that is that, yes, community members are not as trained to be able to give things in a very succinct manner. And yeah, thank you. Okay, seeing nothing else, I'll ask for a motion or a call for a vote to accept this as information. Those in favor? Carried. It is my understanding that lunch is here. It has been ordered for us. Yes, sir.
Just a question
Yeah.
to administration. I think our clock stopped working.
Or our meetings are really dragging on.
So I'd like to see us come back at 1:30. Yep. Welcome back. It is 1:30. We just finished 9.5, so we'll move into 9.6, the quarterly financial report as of September 2024.
Through the chair to council, before Rachel starts in on this, I just wanted to make one comment. Normally, we would update council on the capital projects with our quarterly, but because we're so close to the year end, we wanted to finish off the year and get you a snapshot of the entire year. And in the report, we mentioned that we would bring it back in January. However, the deadline for invoices is like the second or third week in January to get everything in, so we'll be bringing that back to council in February.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council. Okay, this report aims to provide a comprehensive overview of the city's financials and key highlight as of September 30th, 2024. The financial data has been compiled and reviewed for accuracy and transparency. Year-end council motion has been updated as of the September 9th council meeting, and all actual transactions up till September 30th. So, overview of the income statement. As of September 30th, we're looking at a surplus of about $5.8 million, but this is because the full year hasn't been finished yet. As of that time, we had received 69% of our revenue and expended about 57% of our expense for the year. For details, I attached Appendix 3, Q3 reporting, which has it for the entire city, but by much more detail in terms of what kind of revenue source and expense source. Going through some of the more highlight for under each of the categories. For revenue, as previously reported, grant revenue is expected to be lower than budgeted because the Canada Summer Job Grant, which was budgeted $40,000, and the original agreement on recycling with the county, which was budgeted $41,000, were included in 2024 budget but will not be received. The municipal internship grant, which is included in the 2024 budget as both grant revenue and salary expense, will not be spent this year because the city has applied for the grant but will not be receiving confirmation till at least Q1 2025. The RCMP grant was budgeted on the assumption that the 4 employees have completed their terms, will be completing the term for the remainder of the year. However, 3 of them have completed their term in Q3 and Q4 respectively. That means the city should not be receiving the full amount originally budgeted. Subsequent to the quarter ending September 30th, the city was confirmed that it will receive an additional $500,000 for RCMP. Ticket revenue is expected to be lower by about $150,000 due to the automated traffic enforcement program. And interest income is expected to be over budget due to higher interest rate in 2024. And interest income will be allocated to the relevant reserves at year end. Under expenses, wages and salaries are expected to be under budget due to vacancies. Utility fees, such as gas and electricity, are forecasted to exceed budget due to an unexpected rise in electric market prices. The PSO's utility admin fee will be invoiced at year end. And the city has expensed $48,000 that was previously owed by the Wetaskiwin Public Library for costs that could not be reconciled between the two parties. This is due to reconciliation differences from the city and the library dating from prior to 2022. Under capital, the city has spent $1.7 million on capital project to date, with funding as follows: about $1 million from grants, $532K from reserves, and $158,000 from current year taxation. A detailed capital report will be provided in February 2025. Under tangible capital asset project, the TCA project is ongoing with a reconciliation of the subledger to the general ledger completed as of September, and then we are just looking through the details of amortization, and we're very optimistic that the project will be completed in time for the 2024 year end. Also, didn't list it here, but we're also very on schedule for our asset retirement obligation project as well. Investment balances. So the investment balance had a market value about 9.9, so almost 10 million as of September 30th. This is composed of 4.2 million committed toward paying off future liability relating to the sanitary landfill, and then 5.7 in general investments. The amount represented is the market value of the investment, which is subject to market fluctuations. The majority of the city's investment is in fixed income funds with guaranteed principal. and this is to help the city investment from market forces and also is required under the MGA. The city's operating bank account earns interest at the Bank of Canada rate plus 0.3%. From January 1st, 2024 to September 30th, the average interest rate earned was about 5.18%. The Bank of Canada is expected to drop its interest rate in Q4 of 2025, and this actually already happened. And this prompted the city to invest an additional $14 million in October 2024. This investment occurred prior to a decrease in interest rate that was announced on October 23rd, 2024. Total interest earned on investment and bank account as of September 30th is about $1 million. Investment revenue has been billed into the city's budget, and the portion related to reserves will be allocated to reserves at year end. So going forward to talking about grants, under approved and received, so we have receivable to date about 600,000, and we have received but not spent 6,000. And then under completed reporting, so this is grant that we have received, we have spent, we've already let them know that we've spent it. There was just 618,000 related to the BTLP elevator that we didn't spend it out of the Heritage Fund reserve, we spent it out of MSI instead. Under recurring, so this is your LGF, your local government fiscal framework, your Canadian CCBF, Canada Community Building Fund, and the remainder of our MSI that was from prior years. So there was about 6,700 approved per agreement, and we have receivable $2.4 million, and that is from LGFF for 2024, which we haven't received yet. And then we have about 682,000 that was uncommitted to other projects as of September 30th. The grant report has been updated to reflect the approved 2025 capital budget, and details on the name and status of grants being applied for by the city is attached as Appendix 1, grant reporting. So the city has applied for, it's waiting a decision on the Enable Accessibility Fund, the Clean Energy Improvement Program, and the Municipal Internship Grant. This is reflected in the report under the applied status. The city is in the process of applying for several grants, including the Municipal Energy Management Program, the Growing Canada Community Cannabis Grant, and the National Greening Program. This is reflected as the investigative status. The city and the county are actively working toward amounts receivable as part of the 2022 and 2023 ICF. More than half of the amount has been received to date, with roughly 626,000 still outstanding. Taking a look at the reserves, the reserve report has been updated to reflect the approved 2025 capital budget, and it's showing in detail under Appendix 2, reserve reporting. The city currently has a reserve balance of $23 million and 738,000, so about 24 mil. Of this balance, $6 million has been previously committed toward existing projects, and $16 million are currently uncommitted. Reserve balances have been increased by the 2024 budgeted transfers, the 2023 year-end surplus, proceeds from the sales of the Memorial Arts Center, and amounts received from the now defunct Memorial Funds. At year-end, additional increase to reserve will be recorded for interest. As of September 30th, the city is projected to be in balance without any significant surplus or deficit. The interim audit is scheduled for January 2025, and the presentation of the audited financials will be scheduled for June 2025.
Thank you, Rachel. I am looking for a motion. Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council accept the 2024 third quarter financial report for the period ending September 30th, 2024 as information.
Questions or comments? Councillor Nielsen.
Through the Chair of Administration to Rachel. I'm looking on the expense side sheet, and I'm seeing RCMP expenses, actual to September 2.4, which is basically less than half of the budgeted amount. So we've only got 3 more months to go. So how does those two jive?
To Councillor, basically yes. So RCMP usually bill us for like almost 3 months behind. Essentially what happens at year end is we will accrue the amount that's outstanding from October to December. So we'll be getting an invoice between June and September, but then the October to December part, we'll have the crew for it.
Okay, thank you. Also, under expenses, it's called provisions. What is a provision?
To Councillor. So that is our rebates and our tax incentives.
I'm sorry, again?
So like our tax rebates.
And we are over by almost 50%. Almost 100%, sorry. What, the actual to September is 212,000, but we budgeted 115.
There was there was one really big tax write-off that we had to create, about 6, 7. Just 1 second. Sorry, I'm back. So there was one really large tax write-off that we approved for about $76,000.
Thank you. And lastly, changes in TCA of $5,028, and it says over and under authorized budget 311,195. How do we have an authorized budget of 311 for TCAs?
So basically, that number is composed of 153,000 that we had gained on disposal, plus 158,000 of where we funded from taxes instead of from other sources because we overexpended on other sources. And I can say that we are working on reapplying for the unused part of MSI to fund that 158,000 from MSI instead of from taxes.
Sorry, just to add to that, Councillor Nielsen, one of the biggest issues in that area is a legal case that we're having with a project, and it's the legal fees that have gone over, and so we're applying back to MSI to make sure that that can be spent through there rather than through the city's legal budget.
Okay, thank you. And Sue, what happens as our staff who are currently under contract to be working on TCAs, like, is any of the work they've been doing on TCAs included on this line at all?
No, nothing related to our work has been on here yet. You probably will end up seeing quite a bit on loss on disposal. That's my assumption because a lot of the cleanup that we had to do are related to prior years, and then just because of accounting purposes, we'll end up seeing a loss on disposal. It's not a cash loss, though. But as of September 30th, there's nothing that we've done that you will be seeing here.
But we are expecting the project for TCAs to be completed in time for 2024 tax?
In time for 2024 audit, yes.
Audit, yes.
Yeah.
And so we'll see some significant changes on this budget line then?
Yes, in that category of lines, yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, see none. I'll ask for a vote.
Tyler has a question.
Oh, sorry, Tyler, or Mayor Gandam, I did not see that. Go ahead.
That's okay. With regards to where we're expected to end up this year with a surplus, last year we had a surplus of about 2% of our budget. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there, I guess, not necessarily industry standard, but is there an acceptable amount that municipalities are over or under their budgeted amount, like a percentage-wise? And do we have any idea of what maybe a provincial average or some of the other mid-cities would see as a surplus or a deficit?
Through the chair to the mayor, could we take that as a formal information request? I think that each municipality is slightly different. I do know that we have some internal directives and council policies that say we should be within 5% of budget, but that doesn't necessarily translate to the entire budget. Most municipalities as well, when you look at the staffing function, typically have about 1% attrition. So there's a couple of different factors that feed into what the average would be, but we would need a little bit of time to get you that information.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay.
That's all I had.
Councillor Nielsen.
So I'm going to play devil's advocate here a little bit. So the request was for information, and you said it would take more time. So is that an administrative inquiry that needs the majority of council to approve before you go and do that work?
Typically, when we have these discussions in council and we ask for an FIR, council does vote on them. That's been the past practice. How we handle this moving forward is completely up for debate.
Once this motion is voted on, I can have a subsequent motion and request that information.
No, and I'm not trying to stall the request for information at all. I just, I think it speaks to clearly defining for both council and for administration what constitutes an administrative inquiry. I have no interest, Tyler, in holding up your request for information at all at this time, so I will cease and desist on this matter.
No, I think it's totally fair that if administration is looking for a direction from council to get this information, I think that's been the point the entire time is if it's something that's easy enough to get, it should be expected that administration can relay that information. If it requires more time, it should be a direction of council and not one member of council. So I'm happy to make that motion.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to look at every person again.
No.
Looks perfect. So seeing no questions, ask for the vote to accept this finance report as information. Those in favor? Carried. Beautiful. If we can move on to 9.7, please, the monthly city manager.
Madam Chair, I have a follow-up motion.
We're in city of...
Are we in Cal?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll wait for new business. Thank you.
9.7, monthly city manager report to council and the community.
Thank you, council. This month, I just wanted to make one note because we present these at the last council meeting each month, and in December there's only one meeting. We won't be having a city manager's update until the second January meeting. A lot of the priorities right now are related around the 2025 election preparation and levels of service coming to council. We're still cleaning up a lot with the transferring of utilities to homeowners' names with the January 1st deadline, and of course dealing with arrears. In challenges, street sweeping continues to be very slow. Now that there's snow, it's over, but we will be bringing back a request to council in the new year once we can get the fleet and facilities policy updated, and we'll be speaking to some options around street sweeping in the future. One of the things that I did want to highlight was the reports of break-ins and thefts not being reported to the RCMP, and so we've been monitoring some complaints that have been coming in where we check with the RCMP and people are not reporting. And so we just really want to encourage everybody to remember to report through to the RCMP because complaining on social media does not become an official stat, and we need the RCMP dealing with those types of things. We've got several events in the community, again encouraging everyone to sign up for the calendar so that they can be notified on what's going on. Got our Santa Claus parade coming and the train in December as well, and a few other things around that. Currently with the vacancies, we've got a few positions that have been reposted, and then our ongoing ones. We've received no formal customer service complaints, got a few project updates there, and I did attach a picture at the end of this of the xeriscaping over at Manluck, which is about 90% complete. I was super excited to see the turf over there, so it'll be beautifully green all year. Again, with communications, if people want to sign up for the Notify Me, they can keep up to date on events and bulletins and things going on around the community. I'd like to say that public participation was left empty because it was a technical difficulty, but I think it was me, and I forgot to fill that in. I did want to note that we do have a candidate event night for people that are looking to run in the next council or the next election. That's on December 4th over at Manluck, so watch our website for more information on that. The last fire services recruitment draw saw 17 applicants, which was great. And then our fire department did get kudos from Catholic Social Services with respect to the inspection program. So they need inspections done for their PDD development and just to meet all the requirements of the government. And so they were super happy that the fire department was over there to do that for them. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Looking for a motion?
I move that City Council accept City Manager's report as information.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue. Under employment, there's a couple of positions that we're reposting for, and I'm assuming they're important positions. So what is happening within the organization as a result of these positions not being filled at this time?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we've met a couple of times over these and started to look at anytime we have to repost something more than twice, we need to look at what's going on. Is it market conditions? Are we not offering appropriate compensation? Is the job description, are we looking for a unicorn that we're never going to find? So we start reviewing a bunch of those different things. Are we posting in the right places? And so we've started to have those discussions, and in some cases, we may look at if we cannot find the person that we need for the amount that we compensate, where we may be looking at a developmental level. So we've looked at a few of these right now, and we're going through that process internally just to maybe revamp the job description.
Thank you. Are there things that need to be happening that isn't happening because these positions aren't filled?
Certainly. The community development coordinator position has not been filled since we, hang on, is that even on my list? Oh yeah, so we took it off because it was filled and then the person declined, so it'll be going back on the list. But there are things that the rest of the team is having to pick up, like especially in the legislative and records management, our filing system and the whole program is not moving forward because we don't have that person in there.
And Parks and Transportation?
Yeah, that one is more of the work is still happening, but they're having to go directly to the manager, or we have people that are acting in those positions that then don't have as much time to be out in the field.
Thank you.
Anything else? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. Those in favor is accepting this as information. Carried. Thank you. We will move in now to item 11, council attendance reports. Go ahead, Councillor Blatz, please.
I move that council accept the council committee reports and attendance as information.
Thank you. As you moved it, would you like to?
I can. I just wanted to talk about No Stone Left Alone. I try to go every year to that event, and the ceremony itself was very emotional. I always feel so moved whenever I'm in a room with youth that are giving those speeches during those days, and there was a really special one that we got to hear this year, and I'm very happy that I went and laid down the poppies again, and that there wasn't 10 feet of snow to do it in, so that was really nice too. So I just wanted to give a shout out to that particular event. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nielsen?
Just happy to be here.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Bronco?
Just happy to be here and safe.
And Mayor Gandam?
Wish I could be there.
Wish he could be here. Beautiful. So just call for a motion. Those in favor? Carried. And we will now go to 12.1, the city manager bylaw.
Thank you, council. I can tell you that there will not be a council meeting where I speak this much in the near future. This is a lot. So this was the only, what we consider council's main bylaws. This was the only one that we actually put forward for all 3 readings today because there were very few changes made to it. Again, references to legislation and grammar and readability were the primary changes. And then specific to this bylaw, removal of item 3.4. In the statement said guiding the affairs of the city through the city manager, and the legal review was that that's not direction to council. So, it was direction to council, which shouldn't be in this bylaw, so that was removed. The addition of a new 3.5 outlining specific accountabilities of the city manager to council. Addition of section 7, so bylaws and city manager's authority, but in all cases must still be prepared for council's considerations. Insertion of the banking and financial management section. These are things that were in other policies, but not specifically noted in the bylaw. 11.2 was removed, stating that any expenditure requiring council's approval had to be co-signed by the mayor, but all approvals for contracts are approved by the entirety of council, and then we have the authority to sign off on those, so that was removed. And then addition of a new 14.1 to 14.3 relating to the exercise of powers and duties of the assessor. We don't have a bylaw right now for the assessor, so if these 3 sections are approved, we will then come back with a new assessor bylaw. So that is kept blank in the bylaw as well. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Looking for a motion? Councillor Blatz.
I move that council approve first reading of bylaw 2078-24.
Questions or comments? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue. I'm looking to connect some dots here. So under Code of Conduct for Councillors, there's a reference there under definitions of investigator, quote, individual determined by council as determined by city manager bylaw to investigate and report on complaints. And I tried looking for that, so I couldn't connect the two.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, that actually needs to be removed from that other bylaw. I spoke to getting a proper definition of what the investigator is based on the comments that we get back from council. In previous versions of the bylaw, it talked about the city manager being involved, but we've evolved past that, realizing that the city manager should not be involved in investigations of council.
So that's removed from the...
It will be removed from the other one,
okay.
Correct.
Are there any other references that you're aware of, Sue, that references the city manager bylaw that we need to be paying attention to?
No, the only other big change would be there used to be a section in this bylaw that spoke to the general managers being appointed the authority of the city manager. The legal review said you already have that through definition in the MGA, and so it was removed from here, and then there was another piece put into the council procedural bylaw on who council can contact. That's the only other link between the 2 bylaws.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else? Kate?
I do have
Go ahead.
another. Thank you. Also, Sue, on legal matters 12.2, uninsured claims advanced by the city where the difference between the amount claimed and the amount recovered does not exceed 100,000. How is that statement, how is C different than B?
Sorry, different than what?
Sorry, under 12.2B and 12.2C, what essentially is the difference between those two statements?
So, well, actually, that does look like a repeat. I'll double check with the lawyer.
That uninsured claims against the city or uninsured claims advanced by the city. One is where the charge is to us. The other one is where we're charging. If we've advanced a claim, we've put forth a claim.
Oh, sorry, yeah. In the old one, I didn't need council's approval for anything that was recovered,
Now you do?
and now I would if it's over $100,000. But I also have a requirement to bring all legal updates to council annually, at least annually, so you would already have an understanding of all of those claims.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you. I assume, somewhere in here, I can't find it right now,
More to your
about
mic.
hiring and processing of city employees that you're in charge of. Do we follow, excuse me, do we follow a standard rule by surrounding area, what to pay or salary wages for people we hire, or is that just your decision, or is that a surrounding area on an average, high, low?
So, through the chair to Councillor Bronco, council has set our compensation at the 50th percentile of 12 comparator communities, and that's how the salaries are set. And there's a 8-step range on our pay grid, and then we decide where they go within that range.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Okay, so first reading, those in favor? Carried.
I move that council approve second reading of bylaw 2078-24.
Questions, comments? Seeing none, those in favor?
I move that council give unanimous consent to move to third and final reading for bylaw 2078-24.
Looking for a vote, those in favor? Carried,
No.
but it was, no, not carried. I know what I'm doing totally. Defeated.
Defeat.
Well, wasn't unanimous, so it was defeated, so we'll have to do last reading at next meeting. I'm going to ask my people who know what I'm talking about, do we just go ahead to the next meeting, or do we need a motion as to when this comes back?
We need a motion to bring it back to the next meeting.
Thank you. Would somebody like to make that motion, please? Councillor Nielsen?
I move that we bring back the next
To the
scheduled council meeting.
December 9th meeting. Go ahead.
Can we please clarify who was opposed to this motion? And
It was Councillor Nielsen. We're just going to give a second for the motion to come on the screen so we all know what we're voting on. Does that look all right to you, Councillor Nielsen?
Yes.
Perfect. So to the motion on the floor, those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We can now move on to the next bylaw, 12.2, the municipal election bylaw.
Good afternoon, Council. Administration has prepared this report for Council's consideration of first reading to Municipal Election Bylaw 2080-24. During the August 26, 2024 regular Council meeting, Administration presented Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2024 Bill 20 updates report to Council as information. The Government of Alberta has passed the Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act, which sets new rules for local elections and councils to enhance integrity and maintain public trust. After the proclamation on October 31st, 2024, Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2024 has come into force. The Act amends the Local Authorities Election Act, which establishes the framework for the conduct of elections in Alberta municipalities, school divisions, irrigation districts, and Métis settlements. The key change brought forth in Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2024 is prohibition of alternative voting equipment pursuant to Section 84 of the Local Authority Elections Act. Administration presented the following table to reflect the Bill 20 changes in its implications. Bylaw number 199-21 Municipal Election Bylaw shall be repealed and replaced by Bylaw number 2080-24 Municipal Election Bylaw. Some parts in preamble are removed, especially one relevant to automated voting system, such as all sections regarding automated voting systems are removed as shown in the second table. Yeah, right there. So section 2, definitions, section 7, advanced voting, section 8, institutional voting, section 10 and 11, which totally talks about automated voting system, section 12, 14, 15, 16, and 17, and other columns, what are the reasons for amendment, and a summary of the amendments. So all those sections which talk about automated voting system are removed, which is a requirement by law. All amendments can be seen in attached bylaw number 1999-21 as highlighted in red. Council can also see some additions in the bylaw, such as in section 3, legislative services supervisor to be appointed as returning officer and legislative services coordinator to be appointed as a substitute returning officer. In section 4, a location of receiving nominations papers has been added into the bylaw. In section 6, schedule A has been removed as there will be a new ballot for 2025 municipal elections. In section 8, application submission date for special ballots has been changed from October to August 1st. Section 11 speaks to a little change in the process of issuance of ballots by Deputy Returning Officer, which includes ensuring permanent elector register is completed. Section 12 is an addition which speaks about elector identification, and Section 13 talks about voting procedure. Section 14 talks about availability of elector assistance pursuant to Section 78 of the Act. Section 17 to 20 provide details about after voting and counting center guidelines. Subject to any questions, administration recommends that council give first reading to bylaw number 2080-24 municipal election bylaw as presented.
Thank you. Looking for a motion? Councillor Blatz.
I move that council give first reading to bylaw number 2080-20 municipal election bylaw as presented.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? See none on the floor. Oh, go ahead. Councillor Bronco.
I'd like to go back to Bill 20. Does anybody know where it says candidates elected to council may face immediate disqualification due to misalignment with MGA? What is the disqualification that doesn't align? Is it receiving funds or?
My understanding, my understanding is that if anything that's in the MGA you go against, you could be disqualified from council.
Through the chair to council, these more details are coming on our election night, what are the disqualification criteria. So basically, there will be alignments between MGA and LAEA. So more details will be coming in our election package.
So when you receive the application, if it's not filled out correctly or proper information, then it can be thrown out.
There are certain criteria, eligibility of the candidate. So there are certain sections we have to look into that. So those forms are still coming. Municipal Affairs haven't uploaded those forms on their website. So those details still be coming.
Anything else? Go ahead, Sue.
We just wanted to note that the motion and the bylaw number are different, so it is actually 2080-24, not 20. We had the motion wrong.
Okay.
I move that with the correction, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Platts. I have a question, and it's like my question earlier today. Under number 9, institutional voting, I have read it 3 times and they say the exact same thing. And I'm wondering if one was meant to say something about the pre-vote. And I'm sorry, my head's bothering me a little bit, so I'm not thinking the proper words. If we have an advance poll, is one of them trying to refer to an advance poll? Because they literally are word for word the same.
Through the chair, I will need to collect that information for you.
Thank you. Anything else? To the corrected motion, those in favor? Opposed? Perfect. Carried. Thank you. We will move into new business, please. Mayor Gandam?
Something to new business, please. An FIR looking for information on budget surplus and staff shortages.
Anything else? One FIR or 2?
One FIR, one that it's the budget surplus, which would include the information back on what the surplus on staff shortage.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
So looking for, not a motion, but to add that to the agenda. Those in favor? Perfect, carried. Then I would like to move into 15.1, please, the FIR from Mayor Gandam for budget. I'm sorry, my brain is shut off.
That's okay. What I'm looking for is potentially what we're anticipating for a budget surplus this year, percentage-wise, what the percentage was for 2023, if there's a municipal standard outside of our own policy, and how much of our budget surplus was due to not having all of our positions filled.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? From administration, is that clear? Excellent. So according to our agenda, we're looking for a 2/3 majority, and there are 5 of us, so we need 4.
Is it 2/3 we need?
That's in our current procedures, yeah.
2/3?
We need 2/3 to add it to the agenda, not 2/3 to approve the motion.
I got it. Those in favor of this formal information request? Carried. Unanimously.
Thank you.
I see something else, or I see nothing else, so I would like to declare this meeting adjourned at 2:15. Thank you, everybody.
It's just 10.
I'm not going by that clock, sir. And Mayor Gandon should be back next month, so you don't have to listen to me anymore. Have a great day.
You've done a marvelous job, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir.